The night is silent now, but if you close your eyes, you can almost hear it. Hooves pounding across dry earth, the clang of a saloon door swinging open, the sudden crack of a gunshot tearing through desert air. This was the Old West, where justice rode slow and legends rode fast. Men like Jesse James and Billy the Kid became symbols of defiance, their names echoing through saloons and smoky trails. But they were not alone. The frontier was filled with others just as ruthless, just as daring, each carving their place in dust, gunpowder and blood. Each one left behind a story too vivid to vanish. Some wore charm like a mask, some ruled through fear alone, some lived wild and young, and others burned until nothing was left. Tonight, you will ride with them, through robbery and gunfights, through betrayal and escape, through the thin line between survival and legend. So settle in. Let the lanterns burn low. The frontier is waiting, and the outlaws are already on the move. The moon hung low over the Missouri hills, its pale light broken by the thunder of hooves. A train sat stalled on the tracks, lanterns swinging wildly as shadows moved through the night. Riders closed in fast, pistols raised, scarves pulled high across their faces. At their head rode a man with sharp eyes and a steady hand, his revolver gleaming as if the moonlight bent to it. The passengers whispered his name before he even spoke it. Jesse James. For years, the very sound of it was enough to send sheriffs scrambling and bankers trembling. But Jesse wasn't born with pistols in his hands or legends on his shoulders. Before the gun smoke and the headlines, before the world called him an outlaw king, he was simply a boy on a Missouri farm, one of many children raised under the hard sun of the frontier. Jesse's father, a Baptist preacher, died when he was still a child, leaving the family to scrape survival from the land. His mother, Zerelda, was a force of will, strong and unyielding, but the war that swept across Missouri tore the family's world apart. The James farm found itself in the crossfire of neighbor against neighbor, Union against Confederate, brother against brother. At just 16, Jesse followed his older brother Frank into the bloody shadow of guerrilla warfare. Under leaders like Bloody Bill Anderson, Jesse learned the gun as a language. Ambushes, raids, and sudden strikes, violence became second nature. When the war ended, Jesse didn't find peace waiting. The battlefields had changed, but the hunger for danger, for rebellion, for more than farm life, that stayed. So when the dust of war settled, Jesse James wasn't laying down his arms. He was searching for the next fight, and he found it in the glitter of banks and the gold-laden tracks of the railroads. Jesse's first steps as an outlaw were small but bold. Alongside Frank and a loose band of ex-Confederates, he began raiding stagecoaches and local banks. Missouri was still bleeding from the war, and to many Southerners, Jesse wasn't just a thief. He was a kind of avenger, striking back at Northern wealth. Each robbery built his legend a little higher. People who had never seen his face knew his name, and in a land hungry for heroes, he became larger than life. Then came the train robberies. With the James Younger Gang, Jesse took aim at the iron arteries of the frontier, hitting railroads that symbolized northern power and progress. These weren't quiet heists. They were theatrical, almost staged. Dynamite, gunfire, shouted commands. Jesse knew how to create a scene that would be remembered. His charisma carried him as much as his pistol did. Newspapers painted him as both villain and folk hero, a Robin Hood who lived by the gun and somehow captured the imagination of the very people he robbed. For a while, it seemed as though nothing could stop him. Each daring escape fed the fire. Each heist sharpened the myth. Jesse James wasn't just a man anymore. He was a story people told in saloons and whispered on trains. And yet, the brighter the fire burned, the closer came the shadows waiting to put it out. Legends don't live forever, and Jesse's own fame became the trap he couldn't escape. The more he robbed, the more relentless the law became. The Pinkerton detectives, armed and funded by the railroads, hunted him with a patience that ordinary sheriffs never had. Their pursuit bled into his personal life. One raid even threw an incendiary into his family home, injuring his mother and killing his half-brother. The James Younger gang began to fracture under the pressure. Some were captured, others killed. The once untouchable bandits became fugitives scrambling from town to town, hiding in shadows that grew thinner by the year. Still, Jesse refused to quit. Pride wouldn't allow it. He told himself he was too clever, too quick, too destined to fall like lesser men. But deep down, Jesse must have felt the walls closing in. Every robbery was harder, every safe house less safe. Even his closest allies began to look at him with suspicion, wondering when the legend would finally collapse under its own weight. The final blow didn't come from a lawman's bullet or a Pinkerton ambush. It came from inside his own circle. By 1882, Jesse was living under an assumed name in St. Joseph, Missouri, still planning robberies, still unwilling to let the legend fade. With him were two brothers he thought he could trust, Robert and Charles Ford. They smiled at his table, shared his meals, nodded to his plans. But Robert Ford had already struck a deal with the governor, a pardon and a reward in exchange for Jesse James. On the morning of April 3rd, Jesse rose early. He moved about the house, speaking quietly, while the Fords pretended at loyalty. Preparing to leave, he noticed a picture frame tilted on the wall. Setting his revolvers aside, he stepped up to straighten it. In that moment, unarmed, exposed, Robert Ford raised his pistol and fired into the back of Jesse's head. The man who had defied sheriffs, armies, and railroads fell dead on his own floor, betrayed not by an enemy, but by a supposed friend. And yet death did not end his story. If anything, it set it ablaze. The assassination turned Jesse James into more than an outlaw. It made him a martyr to some, a symbol of betrayal, a hero to those who hated the powerful. Dime novels and newspaper men seized his name, turning him into a character greater than the man himself had ever been. Songs were sung, stories embellished, and the image of Jesse James grew taller than the truth could ever reach. Today, his story lingers in the half-light, not entirely history, not entirely myth. A boy from Missouri who rode into violence and never returned, who became both villain and folk hero in the same breath. And as the echo of Jesse James fades, another figure begins to take shape on the horizon. Not a hardened soldier, but a youth, reckless, restless, barely more than a boy, with quick hands and quicker eyes. His name would become as famous as Jesse's, though for very different reasons. They called him Billy the Kid. The desert air was dry and still, the kind of silence that carries sound for miles. Then, the sharp crack of gunfire. A boy no older than 19 darted from the shadows, revolver flashing, the grin on his face as quick as the shot itself. Lawman cursed as he slipped through the dark alleys of Lincoln County, his figure vanishing before they could blink. They swore they'd seen a ghost, or maybe a trickster, but no, it was Billy the Kid. His name alone was enough to rattle nerves, not because he was the deadliest of gunmen, but because he seemed untouchable. Every jail cell failed to hold him. Every ambush somehow ended with him laughing in the dust, alive and on the run. But before the legend took root, before the world called him an outlaw, he was just Henry McCarty, a boy with nothing, wandering the frontier with a hunger that would not let him rest. Henry was born in New York City in 1859, far from the dry canyons where he'd make his name. His father disappeared early, his mother moved west, and before long the boy was scraping by in the rough towns of New Mexico. By the time his mother died of tuberculosis, Henry was barely a teenager, already left to fend for himself in a land that offered no mercy to the weak. He tried at first to live straight, taking odd jobs, working in kitchens, drifting from one dusty room to the next. But hunger and restlessness always pulled harder than discipline. His first brush with the law came almost by accident, a petty theft, a prank gone too far. But every time he slipped from the grasp of the law, he learned. He learned how to vanish, how to talk his way out, how to move faster than anyone expected. By the time he was 16, the law wasn't chasing a boy anymore. They were chasing a shadow that had found its stride and was already learning how to strike back. As Henry McCarty grew into his new name, William Bonney, though the world would remember him as Billy the Kid, the restless boy became a force. Trouble had a way of finding him, and soon he was swept into the storm that would define his life, the Lincoln County War. New Mexico was boiling with tension between rival factions, merchants, cattlemen, and corrupt officials vying for power. Billy, still barely more than a teenager, chose his side. He joined the Regulators, a ragtag band of fighters determined to settle scores with bullets instead of bargains. For Billy, the war was more than politics. It was purpose. It gave the boy outlaw a banner to ride under, a cause that made his gun feel justified, and he was quick with it. Too quick. Stories spread of his grin flashing just before the shot rang out, of enemies falling while Billy slipped through the smoke. He wasn't invincible, but he moved as if luck itself rode on his shoulder. Every narrow escape made him bolder. Every victory whispered his name louder. By the time the war spilled its blood across Lincoln County, Billy the Kid was no longer just another gun for hire. He was a symbol of youth, defiance, and reckless freedom. At the height of his legend, Billy was both feared and admired. He rustled cattle, robbed when he needed to, but mostly he survived by being faster and smarter than the men chasing him. Lawmen cursed his name in saloons, swore he was a devil, yet townsfolk sometimes welcomed him, charmed by his easy smile and boyish manners. He wasn't the brooding outlaw of dime novels. He laughed often, played cards, sang, and told stories that made others forget for a moment that there was a price on his head. But beneath the charm was steel. In gunfights, Billy showed no hesitation. His tally of killings grew. Some say 4, some say more than 20, though the truth is tangled in rumor. What mattered wasn't the number, but the feeling. Billy the Kid was everywhere, slipping from jails, outsmarting deputies, taunting the very men sworn to hang him. Each time he broke free, his legend swelled. For the West, Billy became something more than a criminal. He was the outlaw spirit made flesh, young, daring, impossible to pin down, and like every legend that burns too hot, he was riding straight toward a fall. But legends don't outrun time. For every jailbreak, every narrow escape, the law pressed harder, and in New Mexico, one man rose determined to bring Billy down: Sheriff Pat Garrett. Garrett wasn't a fool or a hothead. He was deliberate, patient, willing to wait while the kid burned through his luck. In 1880, Billy was captured after a long chase, shackled, displayed, sentenced to hang. It seemed the story was over. But Billy wasn't finished yet. He slipped from his cell in Lincoln, killed 2 deputies in the process, and vanished into the night once more. The town whispered in awe. It was his most daring escape, and for a moment, it seemed as though the boy outlaw might keep winning forever. But freedom was short-lived. Hunted again, Billy holed up near Fort Sumner, drifting between friends, lovers, and hiding places. On a July night in 1881, he entered a darkened room, unaware Pat Garrett was waiting inside. The sheriff's pistol cracked once, the shot striking true. Billy collapsed, dead at just 21. The boy who had danced in gun smoke and laughter was gone, silenced in an instant. And yet, the death only fed the myth. Some swore Garrett had killed the wrong man. Others claimed Billy lived on under another name, slipping away just as he always had. The uncertainty turned him immortal. Ballads carried his story. Newspapers painted him as both villain and folk hero, and Hollywood would later give him a dozen faces, each one grinning, fearless, forever young. To this day, Billy the Kid is remembered less as a killer than as a symbol of youth unbound, reckless, charming, uncatchable. He is the ghost of every boy who refused to bow, who laughed in the face of fate and dared the world to try and stop him. And as his shadow fades into the desert night, another figure rides into view. Not a boy this time, but a man with plans, older, calmer, and far more dangerous. The canyon walls shook with the thunder of dynamite. A train screeched to a halt, smoke curling as masked riders closed in fast. The safe cracked open under the blast, gold spilling into waiting hands. But in the middle of the chaos, one figure stood calm, steady, even smiling. He wasn't just another gunman. He was the one holding the wild bunch together, the man with a plan for everything. His name was Butch Cassidy. Unlike most outlaws, Butch wasn't driven by rage or hunger for blood. He wasn't reckless like Billy the Kid, or cold like John Wesley Hardin. Butch robbed with calculation, a planner, a strategist, a man who turned crime into something almost organized. The newspapers would call him the Robin Hood of the West. His gang would call him Boss. But before all of that, before the legend and the robberies that shook the frontier, he was just Robert Leroy Parker, the oldest of 13 children, born on the Utah frontier. Young Robert grew up the son of Mormon pioneers, raised to work hard on the land. But farm life never satisfied him. He was restless, curious, and drawn to mischief. As a teenager, he fell in with Mike Cassidy, a cattle rustler who lived outside the law. From Cassidy, he learned how to ride, how to steal, and how to live with charm even when breaking rules. When Robert finally left home, he carried his mentor's name with him, becoming Butch Cassidy. He drifted across the West, working as a ranch hand, a butcher, a wrangler. But every honest job ended the same way. Butch grew bored, impatient. He wanted more than wages. He wanted freedom, adventure, and wealth that couldn't be taken away by a boss or banker. By his 20s, Butch was already rustling cattle and pulling small-time robberies. But unlike most drifters, he had patience. He thought bigger. And soon, the jobs would get bigger too. By the 1890s, Butch Cassidy had become something more than a drifter with charm. He was the leader of a gang that would soon make history, the Wild Bunch. They weren't a ragtag band of desperados like so many others. Under Butch's leadership, they were disciplined, efficient, and bold enough to strike where others wouldn't dare. At first, it was cattle and small banks. But as Butch's confidence grew, so did the scale of his ambitions. He realized trains were the lifeblood of the frontier, carrying money, gold, and payrolls for the booming railroads. And so, the Wild Bunch went after the arteries of the West itself. They hit trains with precision. Sometimes they'd block the tracks with fallen timber. Other times they'd ride out of canyons like ghosts, dynamite strapped to their saddles. The first blast would halt the train, the second would rip the safe open, and there was Butch, calm in the chaos, issuing orders with that steady grin. He wasn't a hothead. He didn't shoot unless he had to. The violence was in the spectacle, not in the blood. The newspapers ate it up. Every successful heist added to his myth. To the common folk, weary of railroad monopolies and Eastern bankers, Butch Cassidy became a kind of folk champion. He wasn't killing sheriffs in back alleys or gunning down rivals in saloons. He was robbing the rich, taking from the very institutions people despised. Whether or not he ever shared that wealth with the poor didn't matter. The image stuck. Butch Cassidy, the outlaw with a plan and a smile. The peak came with a string of daring robberies that made the Wild Bunch the most wanted men in America. In 1899, they struck the Union Pacific Overland Flyer near Wilcox, Wyoming, blowing the express car wide open. The loot was enormous, the chaos unforgettable. Posse after posse chased them across the plains, but the gang split, regrouped, and slipped away again and again. And then there was the Tipton train robbery, another bold strike that cemented their reputation. By now, the Wild Bunch was notorious, not just in the West, but across the country. The Pinkerton Detective Agency, the most feared manhunters of the age, were put on their trail. Butch, unbothered, kept robbing, kept planning, kept grinning. For a while, it seemed like he could not be touched. Where other gangs fell to greed or infighting, Butch's leadership held the Wild Bunch together. They rode like a single unit, smooth and dangerous, each man trusting the one beside him. And at the center of it all was Butch Cassidy. Not the fastest gun, not the most violent, but the brains, the anchor, the man who made the impossible look easy. At their peak, the Wild Bunch were kings of the frontier, but kings in the West didn't reign for long, and the louder their name carried, the closer their downfall rode behind. The more daring the robberies became, the louder Butch Cassidy's name carried. And with that fame came a storm that never stopped chasing him. The Pinkertons were relentless, hired by railroads that wanted the Wild Bunch crushed at any cost. Posters with Butch's face spread across towns, and every rider on the horizon could be a bounty hunter. Even Butch knew the game was running thin. By 1901, he and the Sundance Kid slipped south, leaving the United States for South America. In Argentina and later Bolivia, they tried to start new lives, even ranching for a while. But the lure of easy money, or perhaps the impossibility of truly leaving behind the outlaw life, pulled them back into robbery. Banks, payrolls, and trains were still fair game, and soon the lawmen of South America joined the hunt. The end came in the Bolivian town of San Vicente in 1908. Surrounded by soldiers after a botched payroll robbery, Butch and Sundance holed up in a small adobe house. Gunfire thundered through the night. No one knows for certain how it ended. Some say the Bolivian soldiers stormed the house, killing them both. Others whisper that Butch, unwilling to be taken, put a bullet into Sundance, then himself. And some insist neither man died there at all, that they slipped away into obscurity, living out their years under false names. What is certain is this: the legend of Butch Cassidy never died. In fact, it only grew stronger. He became the outlaw mastermind who never shed blood needlessly, the charming bandit who laughed in the face of empires, the man who might still have walked away into the sunset. And when people spoke of Butch, one name was always close behind. His partner, his equal, his shadow in every daring strike, the Sundance Kid. If Butch was the brains, Sundance was the gun. Together, they rode as a legend, and together they would vanish into history. The night echoed with rifle fire. A train payroll had just been hit, and in the chaos, one rider covered the gang's retreat with a deadly calm. His shots cracked with precision, lawmen scattering as if pinned by an invisible hand. While others fled wildly, he never flinched. He didn't shout, didn't curse. He simply aimed, fired, and held the line. The name whispered in fear was the Sundance Kid. If Butch Cassidy was the smile of the wild bunch, Sundance was its steel. Quick to draw, steady under fire. His reputation as one of the fastest guns in the West wasn't built on stories. It was carved into every man who dared to face him. But before he became the outlaw partner whose legend would echo beside Butch's, he was Harry Alonzo Longabore, born in Pennsylvania in 1867. Harry grew up the son of hard-working parents, ordinary and unremarkable, but the frontier pulled at him stronger than family or farm ever could. By his teens, he drifted west, chasing opportunity. It was in Wyoming where his fate took its first turn. Caught stealing a horse and saddle, Harry was sentenced to prison. When he finally walked free, he carried something more than a new reputation. He carried a new name. The town where he'd been jailed was Sundance, and from then on, Harry Longabore was gone. The Sundance Kid was born. Prison hadn't broken him. It had shaped him. He walked out leaner, harder, and with a sharpness in his eyes that told others to think twice. For a time, he worked honest jobs, cowboying, drifting, moving from one ranch to another. But honesty and Harry didn't fit together for long. Out on the frontier, with every trail he rode, the outlaw path kept calling. By the 1890s, his skills with a gun were already legend in the small towns and ranges he passed through. He was fast, frighteningly fast, with a calmness that made even seasoned men nervous. When he joined up with Butch Cassidy and the Wild Bunch, the fit was perfect. Butch needed an enforcer, someone to back his plans with firepower. Sundance needed a leader who could match his restlessness with vision. Together they became unstoppable. Where Butch charmed, Sundance delivered. Where Butch plotted, Sundance enforced. In every robbery, every ambush, every escape, the two men rode as one, the smile and the shadow, the planner and the gun. And while Butch made the papers with his wit and cunning, Sundance Kid's legend spread on whispers. The deadliest right hand in the West. With the Wild Bunch at full strength, Sundance Kid's reputation became inseparable from Butch Cassidy's. The two rode together like a balance of opposites, Butch with his easy grin and careful plans, Sundance with his cold precision when the bullets started flying. While Butch could talk a banker into handing over the safe with little more than a smile, Sundance was the quiet threat that made sure no one doubted the stakes. Robberies turned into theatre. When the Wild Bunch hit a train, passengers described the calm, commanding voice of Butch and the silent figure beside him whose revolver never wavered. That silence was louder than words. One look into Sundance's eyes told everyone on the train that he would shoot without hesitation. The passengers obeyed, the loot changed hands, and the gang melted back into the canyons before a posse could saddle up. Sundance wasn't reckless. He was efficient. He didn't waste bullets, and he didn't waste time. If a lawman pressed too close, Sundance was the one who turned, aimed, and cut him down while the rest of the gang escaped. Pinkerton reports began to single him out, noting his accuracy, his composure, and his uncanny speed. To them, Butch Cassidy was dangerous, but the Sundance Kid was lethal. At the peak of their legend, the Wild Bunch struck two of the boldest train robberies in history, Wilcox and Tipton. Both jobs made headlines across the nation. The Pinkertons scrambled. Posses chased them for weeks across mountains and plains, only to find dust where the gang had been. Again and again, it was Sundance who kept the law at bay. He covered the retreats, fought off the ambushes, and made sure Butch's plans ended with the gang still breathing. Together, Butch and Sundance became the most famous outlaw duo the West had ever seen. Their names were linked, inseparable, like two halves of the same coin. And yet, the very fame that built their myth carried the seed of their destruction. The law didn't just want them anymore, it needed them. Railroads and banks were bleeding money, the newspapers were stoking fear, and the Pinkertons would not rest until the Wild Bunch was broken. For a time, the escapes kept coming, and the laughter in campfires still rang. Butch's smile grew thinner. Sundance's silence grew heavier. Both men knew the truth. Legends don't last, not in the West. The chase that had followed them across the plains of America grew heavier with every year. By the early 1900s, the Pinkertons had made the Wild Bunch their obsession. Every robbery tightened the noose. Every escape cost more than it gave. Butch and Sundance saw what so many outlaws never admitted. The frontier was closing. The West they had mastered was vanishing, replaced by railroads, telegraphs, and lawmen who never stopped coming. So they left. In 1901, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid slipped out of the country, sailing to South America with Sundance's companion, Etta Place, at their side. For a while, they lived as ranchers in Argentina, playing at the life of quiet men. But the taste of money and danger was never far. Before long, they were back to robbing banks and payrolls, striking as boldly in foreign lands as they had back home. But Bolivia was not Wyoming. The terrain was harsher, the soldiers more numerous, and the patience of the authorities greater. Every move left a trail. In November 1908, after robbing a payroll mule train, Butch and Sundance were cornered in the mining town of San Vicente. They holed up in a small adobe house as Bolivian soldiers surrounded it. The firefight rattled through the night, bursts of gunfire, shouts in Spanish, the two outlaws trading shots from the windows. No one knows exactly how it ended. Some say the soldiers stormed the house and killed them both. Others tell that, when the last hope was gone, Butch turned to Sundance, and the partners ended their own lives rather than be taken. And there are whispers still that neither man died there at all, that they slipped away into the mountains and vanished, living out their days under other names. What is certain is this: their story refused to die. Together, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid became the most famous outlaw duo in American history, not just men, but legends of loyalty and daring. Butch, the brains and the charm. Sundance, the quiet steel, the deadly hand that kept them alive. Their tale has been told in ballads, books and films, sometimes true, often exaggerated, always larger than life. They represent something the West itself became, a mixture of grit and myth, where the truth is less important than the story. And as the echoes of their final gunfire fade into the Andes night, another shadow rises from the frontier. Not a duo this time, but a woman. Velvet skirts dusted with trail dirt, a pistol at her side, her name carried in both fear and admiration. They called her the Bandit Queen. Her name was Belle Starr. The moonlight caught the glint of silver on her saddle as she rode through the Oklahoma night, black velvet skirts brushing against her boots, a pistol resting easily at her hip. She carried herself like royalty, though her kingdom was the lawless frontier. Those who crossed her path called her many things: thief, temptress, outlaw. But most knew her as one name whispered with both admiration and dread: Belle Starr, the Bandit Queen. She didn't ride like Butch Cassidy, with careful planning, or like Sundance, with cold precision. Belle's power was in presence, the way she walked into a room and claimed it, the way her reputation worked as quickly as any gun. Outlaws followed her, lawmen feared her, and the newspapers adored her. Yet before she carried pistols and velvet, she was simply Myra Maybelle Shirley, born in Missouri in 1848. Belle grew up in a comfortable family, nothing like the hard soil that raised Jesse James or the drifting poverty that shaped Billy the Kid. Her father owned a farm, and Belle received an education uncommon for girls of the frontier. She played piano, studied proper manners, and might have lived a quiet, respectable life. But the Civil War came, and with it the same divide that tore through every Missouri family. The Shirleys leaned southern, and their farm became a refuge for Confederate sympathizers. It was in that upheaval that Belle's path began to bend. Brothers and neighbors joined guerrilla fighters, and Belle, sharp-eyed and fearless, learned to navigate a world where loyalty meant survival. After the war, Missouri was a broken place, law and order weak, opportunity for outlaws wide. Belle married Jim Reed, a man already deep into crime. With him, she stepped fully into the outlaw world, trading the piano keys of her youth for pistols and horses. She wasn't the fastest shot or the deadliest fighter, but she didn't need to be. Belle Starr had something rarer. She knew how to make people believe in her legend. With Reed, and later with Sam Starr, she positioned herself as more than just an outlaw's wife. She became the queen of her own legend, commanding gangs, orchestrating thefts, and cultivating an image that made her untouchable. By the 1870s, Belle had fully embraced the outlaw's life. Her husband Jim Reed drifted deeper into crime, robbing and rustling until he was eventually killed. Rather than retreat into respectability, Belle leaned further into the shadows. She remarried, this time to Sam Starr, part of the Cherokee Nation and deeply tied to outlaw circles. With him, Belle found not just a partner, but a kingdom of sorts, a base in Indian territory where the law had little reach and loyalty was measured in bullets. From there, she built her reputation into something rare for the time, a woman who commanded respect in a world dominated by violent men. She dressed in elaborate velvet gowns, often with a plumed hat and twin revolvers strapped at her waist. It wasn't just clothing, it was theater. Belle understood that image was as powerful as any gun. When she rode into town, people noticed, and when she led men into raids, Even seasoned outlaws deferred to her. Her crimes weren't on the scale of Butch Cassidy's or the bloody spectacle of Jesse James, but Belle made up for it with cunning. She ran horse-thieving rings, hid fugitives, and acted as both strategist and queenpin. More than once she faced the law in courtrooms. Judges scolded her, newspapers sensationalized her, and Belle played the part. Defiant, bold, refusing to bow. In a frontier where women were expected to be silent or submissive, Belle Starr became something else entirely, a figure who demanded her place in the outlaw pantheon. At the height of her fame, she was called the Bandit Queen. The title stuck, not just because of her crimes, but because she cultivated it. Where others lived as outlaws in hiding, Belle made her life into a legend that followed her wherever she rode. Her outlaw kingdom with Sam Starr thrived for years, hosting bandits, plotting raids, and giving shelter to men on the run. Lawmen who tried to pin her down often failed, either because evidence slipped through or because Belle herself was simply too slippery. Even her enemies admitted her charm. Some saw her as dangerous, others as magnetic, but no one dismissed her. In a time when a woman's name rarely appeared in wanted posters, Belle's face was recognized across the West. She had become the exception, not by being the deadliest gun, but by being impossible to ignore. It was a reign built not only on violence, but on charisma, spectacle, and a keen sense of survival. And like every outlaw reign, it was only a matter of time before it began to crumble. But outlaw kingdoms don't last. By the mid-1880s, Belle's world began to fray. Sam Starr was killed in a gunfight, leaving her without the partner who had anchored her reign. Without him, Belle's alliances grew weaker, her enemies bolder. She continued to run horses, to shelter fugitives, to live by the reputation she had built. But every year the walls pressed closer. Lawmen circled and rivals sharpened their knives. Belle had made enemies everywhere, spurned lovers, betrayed outlaws, suspicious law officers. Any of them could have been waiting for the right moment. That moment came on a February day in 1889. Riding home from a neighbor's house in Oklahoma Territory, Belle was ambushed on a lonely trail. A shotgun roared, striking her down from her horse. She tried to rise, but another blast finished what the first had started. Belle Starr died in the dirt, her body left on the road. She was just 40 years old. Her killer was never definitively found. Some said it was her own son, others a jealous rival, others still a cold-hearted outlaw seeking revenge. The mystery only deepened the legend. In death, as in life, Belle Starr remained untouchable, wrapped in rumor, speculation, and myth. The newspapers called her the petticoat terror of the plains. Songs were written about her, dime novels painted her as both queen and villain. Some told of a ruthless gunwoman who led men to their doom. Others imagined her as a glamorous figure, as bold and daring as any male outlaw. The truth, as always in the West, was less important than the story. Belle Starr's legacy endures because she broke the mold. She wasn't supposed to be there, in a world of pistols and blood feuds, yet she carved her place with velvet, steel, and an iron will. She became a legend not because she was the deadliest, but because she was unforgettable. And as her story fades into the night, the West turns darker still. From velvet and cunning to cold steel and terror, the next name on the frontier belonged not to a queen, but to a killer. A man raised on sermons who answered every verse with a bullet. His name was John Wesley Hardin. The saloon was thick with smoke, laughter echoing off the walls. When the doors slammed open, a man stepped inside, tall, sharp-eyed, his hand resting on the butt of a revolver. The room quieted. Everyone knew the name: John Wesley Hardin. The man who killed quicker than most folks could blink. The man whose temper was as famous as his draw. A careless word, a drunken glance, that was all it took. Before long, gunfire split the silence, and another body hit the floor. Hardin didn't boast, didn't need to. His reputation carried him. He was said to have killed more than 40 men in his lifetime, though the true number may never be known. Some were enemies, some were lawmen, some were strangers unlucky enough to cross his path. In an age already soaked in violence, Hardin stood apart. He was not charming like Butch Cassidy, not reckless like Billy the Kid. He was something colder, a man who treated death as ordinary business. Yet before the fear, before the endless trail of corpses, he was simply a boy from Texas, the son of a Methodist preacher. Born in 1853, young John Wesley was named after the founder of the Methodist Church. His father taught him scripture, discipline, the difference between right and wrong. But the world he grew up in was already burning. Texas after the Civil War was a place of lawlessness and blood feuds. And in that chaos, the boy who should have followed sermons found himself drawn instead to violence. By 15, Hardin had already killed. The story goes that a schoolyard quarrel escalated, and soon John Wesley was pulling a trigger instead of throwing fists. Once the line was crossed, there was no return. Killing became not just survival but habit. He bragged later in life of shooting a man simply for snoring too loud, though whether it was truth or exaggeration hardly mattered. The point was made. Hardin was unpredictable and deadly in ways that seemed almost casual. The war-ravaged South was fertile ground for such a man. Rangers, sheriffs, and Reconstruction officials found themselves outgunned and outpaced by Hardin's relentless defiance. He rode across Texas, leaving behind stories that grew darker each year. Some said he was defending his honor. Others swore he killed over petty slights. Either way, the numbers stacked up. Every time a lawman tried to bring him in, it ended the same: another body in the dirt. His rise was not fueled by charm, nor by strategy. It was fueled by fear. Where Jesse James could inspire loyalty and Belle Starr commanded attention, Hardin commanded only terror. And that terror was enough. Towns whispered his name. Outlaws avoided crossing him, and lawmen approached only with caution, if at all. By his late teens, John Wesley Hardin was already one of the most feared names in Texas. Each year, the number of bodies tied to him grew. Some were enemies who challenged him, others were lawmen who thought they could haul him in. But many were simply victims of his temper. Men who looked at him the wrong way, who spoke when he wanted silence, who crossed his path on the wrong day. Hardin claimed later in life to have killed more than 40 men. Historians doubt the number, but even the confirmed count was enough to make him infamous. He killed his first lawman before he was 18. By 20, he had outshot Texas Rangers, ambushed deputies, and escaped more manhunts than most outlaws faced in a lifetime. Posses would track him, corner him, and still he slipped away, leaving their friends in the dust. He became a master of survival, always moving, always armed, always ready to strike first. His reputation was so fierce that entire towns fell silent when he rode in. Bartenders poured him whiskey without a word. Locals avoided eye contact. Mothers pulled their children indoors. Fear followed him like a cloak, and Hardin wore it proudly. At the height of his power, he lived like a king without a crown. He rode with gangs of killers, held up stagecoaches, rustled cattle, and bled towns dry. But unlike Butch Cassidy, who planned, or Jesse James, who thrived on spectacle, Hardin was chaos. There was no theatre, no strategy, just a steady rhythm of violence. The stories only fed his legend. One tale told of Hardin shooting a man for snoring in the next hotel room. Another claimed he gunned down lawmen after escaping from their custody, shackles still dangling from his wrists. True or not, the stories spread faster than the truth, and in the Old West, perception was everything. John Wesley Hardin was no longer just a man. He was a warning, a shadow that haunted Texas. But with every killing, every escape, the law closed in a little tighter. Rangers swore they would not stop until his blood stained the dust. Sheriffs rode harder, deputies grew braver, and even fellow outlaws began to turn wary of him. A man who killed so easily could never be trusted for long. For years, though, Hardin defied them all. He lived with the certainty that his gun was quicker, his instincts sharper, and time after time, he proved it true. But even the fastest gun can't outrun time. By his mid-20s, Hardin was living like a hunted animal, moving from county to county, always looking over his shoulder. The Texas Rangers never forgot him, and by 1877 they finally closed in. Near Pensacola, Florida, after years of pursuit, Hardin was captured on a train. For once, he had no chance to draw. Shackled and dragged back to Texas, the boy who had terrified a state was paraded before crowds like a prize finally won. The courts had no patience left. Hardin was sentenced to 25 years in prison for murder. Behind bars, he had time to reflect, though reflection was never his nature. He studied law, read scripture, and even wrote his autobiography, justifying his trail of blood as self-defense. To some, it was a laughable excuse. To others, it was proof that even Hardin wanted to be remembered as more than a killer. Prison aged him. The sharp young gunfighter softened into a middle-aged man with ambitions of legitimacy. When he was finally released in 1894, after serving 16 years, Hardin walked out determined to rebuild himself. He opened a law practice in El Paso, introducing himself not as a gunman, but as John Wesley Hardin, attorney at law. He wore fine suits, spoke with confidence, and tried to cloak himself in respectability. For a moment it seemed as though the legend might be tamed, but violence was carved too deep into his bones. Hardin drifted back toward gambling halls, saloons, and arguments that ended the way they always had, with threats and fists and pistols. His temper, once feared, now made him look like a relic in a West that was changing. On August 19th, 1895, it finally caught him. Hardin was playing dice in the Acme Saloon in El Paso, a drink in hand, his words sharp as ever. Behind him, waiting, was a constable named John Selman, a man with his own violent reputation. Hardin never saw it coming. Selman raised his revolver and fired into the back of Hardin's head. The preacher's son, the killer of dozens, the terror of Texas, fell dead to the floor without ever drawing his pistol. Just like that, the legend ended not in a blaze, but in betrayal, in the casual violence he himself had once embodied. Hardin's name became shorthand for bloodlust, for the darkest edge of the outlaw life. Where others were romanticized, he was remembered with a shiver. The folk songs didn't paint him as a hero. The dime novels didn't soften him into myth. Harden remained what he had always been, the shadow that showed how far the West could fall. And yet, the frontier always balanced itself. After Harden's reign of terror, the pendulum swung back to a very different figure, one who robbed not with rage, but with wit. He didn't curse, didn't kill, and often left behind poems instead of corpses. If Harden was the nightmare of the West, the next outlaw was its strangest riddle. They called him Black Bart. The stagecoach jolted to a halt on a lonely California trail, wheels grinding against the dirt. Passengers froze as a masked man stepped into view, a shotgun resting steady in his hands. But instead of a curse or a shout, his voice was calm, almost polite. "Please step down," he said, with the assurance of a man asking for nothing more than a glass of water. The driver, trembling, obeyed. In a world where outlaws cursed, spat, and shot at the slightest resistance, this one seemed almost civilized. He robbed them swiftly, efficiently, and when it was over, he tipped his hat, disappeared into the pines, and left behind not just fear, but curiosity. His name was Black Bart. Unlike Harden, who lived by the pistol, or Jesse James, who thrived on spectacle, Black Bart carved out a reputation by being something altogether stranger. He was called the Gentleman Bandit, a thief who avoided violence, who wore fine clothes beneath his disguise, and who sometimes left behind mocking poems at the scene of his crimes. In an age where outlaws were remembered for blood, Black Bart was remembered for wit. But before the poems and the stagecoach hold-ups, he was Charles Bowles, born in England in 1829, raised in New York, and like so many before him, lured west by the promise of gold. As a young man, Charles chased fortune in the California gold rush. He dug, he panned, he sweated through long days under the blazing sun, hoping to strike it rich. But the mines were cruel. Fortune always seemed to favor someone else, and with each failure, bitterness took root. By the time his mining ventures collapsed, Charles had learned two hard truths. Wealth was out there, but it would never come to him honestly. And if he couldn't pull gold from the earth, he would take it from the men who carried it out of the ground. He drifted for years, fading from sight, until in the mid-1870s, a new name began to ripple through California: Black Bart. Stagecoaches traveling lonely roads were halted by a figure in a long coat and flour sack mask, his voice calm, his manner oddly courteous. He never harmed passengers, never fired wildly, never reveled in cruelty. He wanted the strongbox, nothing more, and once it was his, he vanished like smoke. What set him apart wasn't just the lack of violence, it was the words. Twice, after successful robberies, he left behind short verses signed with the name Black Bart, the P.O.8, a strange title that only deepened the mystery. Who was this outlaw who wrote poetry in between robberies? To some, he became a folk curiosity, almost a character out of fiction. To the men who rode the coaches, he was still a terror, proof that not every danger in the West came with gunfire and blood. By the late 1870s, Black Bart had become the quiet nightmare of Wells Fargo. Stagecoaches traveling through California's mountain trails began to share the same story. A lone bandit, masked, calm, his shotgun leveled but never fired. He struck in silence, demanded only the strong box, and then disappeared into the wilderness like a ghost. Over the course of nearly a decade, Bart hit more than 24 stagecoaches. He never rode with a gang. he never turned the robberies into bloody spectacles. He worked alone, on foot, with careful timing and knowledge of the land. Passengers often described him as polite, even apologetic, when he told them to hand over valuables. More than once he left the women and children untouched, taking only from the company coffers. But what truly set him apart were the words he left behind. Twice, after successful robberies, he tucked mocking poems into the emptied strongboxes. One verse read like a taunt, signed with the name Black Bart, the P.O.8, a playful twist on poet. The lawmen who pursued him were furious, while the public was fascinated. In an era where most outlaws relied on violence to carve their names into memory, Bart used wit, irony, and an almost theatrical sense of self. His peak came during a string of bold robberies in the Sierra Nevada. Time and again, stage drivers reported the same eerie detail. Though Bart carried a shotgun, he never seemed to need it. Some whispered that his weapon wasn't even loaded, that it was nothing more than a prop to support the act. Whether true or not, the stories only deepened the myth. Was Black Bart truly fearless, or was he simply clever enough to gamble that his reputation would do the work for him? For years, Wells Fargo poured money and manpower into catching him. Pinkerton detectives scoured the trails, yet Bart stayed a step ahead. He became a figure of both frustration and reluctant admiration, a man who robbed without bloodshed, who mocked his pursuers, who seemed to outwit an empire with nothing more than nerve and poetry. At his height, Black Bart was not just an outlaw. He was a legend stitched into campfire stories, proof that the frontier could still surprise even in its later days. Where Jesse James and Billy the Kid had lived violently, Bart lived cleverly, making the West wonder if intelligence might be as dangerous as any gun. But like all legends, his story had cracks, for no outlaw can remain a ghost forever. And for Bart, one small mistake would prove to be his undoing. For nearly a decade, Black Bart seemed untouchable. The stagecoaches kept losing their gold, the detectives kept failing, and the public kept whispering about the bandit who robbed without cruelty. But the higher his reputation climbed, the greater the pressure grew on Wells Fargo. They doubled their efforts, sending more men, more guns, more money into the hunt. All they needed was a mistake. That mistake came in November of 1883. Black Bart struck a stage near Sonora, California, as he had done so many times before. The robbery went as smooth as ever, but in his haste to vanish into the mountains, he left something behind. A handkerchief, a simple scrap of cloth, but enough. Detectives traced it back to a San Francisco laundry service, which carried a name, Charles Bowles. When they confronted him, Bowles no longer looked the part of the fearsome outlaw. He was in his 50s now, grey at the edges, dressed neatly, speaking politely as ever. But the evidence was enough. The gentleman bandit who had confounded the West for years was finally unmasked. He was sentenced to prison in San Quentin, where the reality of age and confinement caught up with him. For 4 years he served time, a far cry from the wild mountain trails where his legend had been built. When he was released in 1888, reporters swarmed him, eager for the next chapter of Black Bart's story. But after a few quiet interviews, he simply disappeared. Some say he lived quietly in San Francisco. Others claim he slipped away to new territory, perhaps even back into crime. The truth is lost, and maybe that's fitting. For Black Bart had always been more ghost than man, more story than substance. His robberies weren't remembered for violence or blood, but for mystery, for wit, for the sheer strangeness of a polite bandit who wrote poems. In the end, his legend rests not in the number of robberies, but in the contrast he offered. In a time when the West was soaked in blood, Black Bart reminded the frontier that fear could be born not just of violence, but of imagination. And as his strange figure fades into mystery, the West grows loud again. The next story isn't of politeness or poetry. It is of brothers with guns, charging boldly into a town that would not be tamed. Their ambition was to be the next Jesse James. Their ending would be written in gun smoke and blood on the streets of Coffeyville. They were the Dalton Gang. The streets of Coffeyville, Kansas, exploded with gunfire. It was broad daylight, and the Dalton brothers strode into town bold as kings, splitting into two groups to rob both banks at once. But within minutes, rifles cracked from windows, shotguns roared from storefronts, and townsfolk turned the streets into a battlefield. Smoke filled the air as the Dalton Gang staggered under a storm of bullets. It was the end, but the end was only so shocking because of how high their ambitions had climbed. The Daltons hadn't started as legends. They had started as brothers, Bob, Great, and Emmett, born into a large Oklahoma family where survival meant grit and hustle. Their bloodline had already produced lawmen and drifters, men who knew the land and how to bend its rules. For a while, the Dalton boys walked the path of respectability. They wore badges, rode as deputies, and hunted down rustlers and stagecoach robbers. But working for the law paid little, and temptation pressed hard. In time, the line between chasing outlaws and becoming them blurred, and then snapped. By the early 1890s, the Daltons were outlaws in truth, trading their badges for bandanas and their duty for daring. They weren't content with small jobs either. The Daltons wanted to be more than just another band of robbers. They wanted to surpass Jesse James himself. Their rise was fast and reckless. They began with train robberies, striking the same lines Jesse James had targeted decades earlier. With careful timing, they held up engines, blasted safes, and left with bags of money that made headlines across the frontier. Each success drew more followers, swelling their ranks into a full gang. The newspapers compared them openly to the James Younger gang, and the Daltons didn't shy away from the comparison. Bob Dalton in particular was determined to prove they were bigger, bolder, and more dangerous. They bragged of their plans, posed for photographs, and fed their own myth as if they were building it brick by brick. But with each robbery, the risks grew heavier. Lawmen were better armed, towns less forgiving. Posses chased them hard, and whispers spread that the Daltons were not as clever as Jesse James had been, only hungrier. Still, their reputations swelled, and by 1892, Bob Dalton was ready for the act that would either crown them legends or destroy them. The plan was simple and insane: ride into Coffeyville, Kansas, and rob two banks at the same time. On the morning of October 5th, 1892, the Dalton Gang rode into Coffeyville, Kansas. The plan was outrageous, even by outlaw standards: split in two, rob both banks in town simultaneously, then ride out before anyone could react. Bob Dalton wanted nothing less than to prove they were greater than Jesse James, that their names would thunder across the West. They disguised themselves in long coats and fake beards, hoping the townsfolk wouldn't recognize them. But Coffeyville wasn't a nameless frontier stop. It was a tight-knit community, armed and ready for trouble. As the Daltons pushed into the banks, ordering tellers to fill their bags, Whispers spread down the street. Shopkeepers slammed shutters, townsmen grabbed rifles, women and children fled indoors. By the time the gang tried to make their escape, Coffeyville was waiting. The first shots rang out as the Daltons stepped into the open. A storekeeper with a Winchester fired from behind a barrel, dropping one gang member instantly. More gunfire erupted from windows, alleys, and rooftops. The quiet town became a battlefield. The Daltons fought hard, spraying bullets into the chaos, but the crossfire was too fierce. Bob and Great fell in the street, riddled with lead. Bill Power collapsed nearby. Dick Broadwell managed to stagger out of town before dying of his wounds. Only Emmett Dalton, shot more than 20 times, survived, bleeding in the dust as the townsmen closed in. The Coffeyville raid was meant to make them legends, and in a way it did, but not as heroes. The gang's boldness had turned into hubris, and their end became a cautionary tale. Newspapers across the country published lurid accounts of the raid, complete with illustrations of the fallen brothers. Crowds gathered just to view the bodies, laid out for the public to see. Instead of eclipsing Jesse James, the Daltons were remembered as his imitators, men who tried to copy the great outlaw tradition and paid the price in blood. Coffeyville became their tomb and their legacy, a place where ordinary citizens, armed with courage and rifles, had brought down one of the last great outlaw gangs of the frontier. The Daltons' peak was their downfall, fused into a single bloody morning that ended their story forever. When the smoke cleared on Coffeyville's main street, the Dalton dream was over. 4 bodies lay sprawled in the dirt: Bob, Great, Dick Broadwell, and Bill Power, their grand plan lying shattered beside them. Their pistols, once symbols of swagger, were silent in the dust. Only Emmett Dalton remained alive, though barely. Shot more than 20 times, he was dragged from the street by furious townsmen, his body riddled, but his spirit somehow unbroken. Doctors doubted he would live through the night, yet Emmett did survive, though survival meant a new kind of sentence. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison, the lone Dalton left to carry the weight of the family name. Behind bars, Emmett became an odd survivor of the outlaw age. He served 14 years before being paroled in 1907. He walked out no longer the reckless young gunman, but a man remade by time and memory. In later years, he wrote about the gang, published books, and even acted in silent films, turning the Coffeyville disaster into a story retold for curious audiences. He lived until 1937, long enough to watch the myth of the Old West fade into nostalgia. But the Dalton Gang as a whole was remembered not for daring escapes or years of cunning survival. They were remembered for Coffeyville. Their downfall was so spectacular, so public, that it became inseparable from their legend. Unlike Jesse James, who lived as a mythic avenger, or Billy the Kid, forever young and elusive, the Daltons became the example of ambition overreaching itself. They wanted to be legends, and instead became cautionary ghosts. Yet in that failure, they secured the immortality they craved. The image of armed townsfolk firing from rooftops, brothers falling in the street, and the sheer chaos of that October morning gave the frontier one of its last great outlaw spectacles. In trying to surpass Jesse James, the Daltons ensured their names would be remembered, though never as they intended. And as their story fades, the tone shifts again. From reckless brothers undone by hubris, the frontier offers a different figure, a train robber with a smile, a man who seemed more like a folk hero than a killer. Where the Daltons left their legacy in blood on a Kansas street, the next outlaw left behind a grin that rode the Texas wind. His name was Sam Bass. The whistle of the train pierced the Texas night, steam billowing as the wheels screeched against the tracks. Riders appeared like shadows cutting through the smoke. Among them was a lean young man with a wide grin, his revolver steady, but his manner almost casual. He wasn't cold like Harden, nor polished like Black Bart. Sam Bass looked more like a man having fun than a criminal staring down death, and that was part of what made him unforgettable. When passengers spoke of him, they often remembered the smile first. Polite, some said. Charming, others admitted. Yet behind the grin was a daring train robber whose name would become a song, whose legend would root itself deep in Texas soil. His rise was quick, his fall quicker still, but in between, Sam Bass lived as if every day were a game, one that always seemed to tilt in his favor. But before the robberies and the ballads, Sam was just a Kentucky boy, born in 1851, who lost his parents young. Shipped off to relatives, restless in his upbringing, he grew up working hard but dreaming bigger. At 19, he left home, drifting west toward Denton, Texas. There, he tried his hand at honest labor, ranching, freighting, anything that paid. Sam Bass wasn't born into crime. At first, he was just another drifter, lanky and cheerful, working odd jobs around Denton. He drove cattle north, tended ranches, and for a time tried to live within the law. But hard work brought little reward, and Sam had no patience for scraping pennies. He gambled away what little he earned and grew restless with the life of a hired hand. Opportunity arrived when he joined a group hauling gold from the Black Hills. Sam drove wagons loaded with treasure and watched as others grew rich while he remained a laborer. The taste of gold, so close and yet unreachable, left him hungry for more. By the mid-1870s, Sam decided that if wealth wouldn't come to him honestly, he'd take it another way. He started with horse thefts, a small-time outlaw in a state already full of them. But Sam had something most didn't: charisma. People liked him, even when they knew what he was. That smile, that easygoing drawl, made others follow. Before long, he gathered a small gang, and their sights set higher than stolen horses. They turned to stagecoaches, then trains. And in 1877, Sam Bass made the strike that would carry his name into legend. Near Big Springs, Nebraska, he and his gang stopped a Union Pacific train and cracked open its safe. Inside was a staggering $60,000 in freshly minted gold coins, the largest haul of its kind at the time. Overnight, Sam Bass went from a drifter with charm to one of the most famous outlaws in the West. The Big Springs robbery of 1877 made Sam Bass an overnight sensation. $60,000 in gold, a fortune beyond imagination, and the young outlaw had pulled it off with a grin and a revolver. Newspapers across the West splashed the story across their pages. Lawmen cursed his name. But to many Texans, Sam Bass became something different. A folk hero, a man who struck back at the railroads that seemed to squeeze every working family dry. From that moment on, Sam's life was a running game of chase. He and his gang drifted south, pulling off smaller robberies, stagecoach hold-ups, and train raids. Each time the law closed in, Sam slipped away, laughing, his easygoing nature baffling his pursuers. He wasn't reckless in the mold of Billy the Kid, nor cold-blooded like John Wesley Harden. Sam played the role of the cheerful outlaw, a man who seemed almost to be enjoying the adventure more than the spoils. In towns where he passed, people told stories of his politeness. "He robbed the train," one passenger said, "but he tipped his hat while doing it." Whether true or not, the stories spread, giving Sam a softer edge than most outlaws ever earned. He was painted as a Robin Hood, even if the gold never reached the poor. The myth mattered more than the math. By 1878, his fame had outpaced his fortune. Robbery after robbery brought him less money than the Big Spring strike, but more attention from the Texas Rangers. Posses tracked his every move, and still, Sam kept riding, his grin intact, his gang loyal. He was barely 27, yet his name was already etched into ballads sung in saloons and along cattle trails. Sam Bass was born in Indiana, the songs began, verses spinning him into a larger-than-life figure, even as he was still on the run. The irony was that Sam never held on to wealth. Money slipped through his fingers as quickly as it came. Gambling, drink, generosity, and the sheer cost of running from the law drained every dollar. For all his legendary robberies, Sam lived lean, a man rich in fame, but poor in pocket. Still, the peak of his notoriety wasn't measured in gold. It was measured in fear and admiration. Rangers swore they would bring him down. Farmers and ranch hands whispered his name with a mix of awe and envy. And Sam himself, smiling under the hot Texas sun, seemed to believe the ride would never end. But legends that burn fast never burn long, and the Rangers were closing in. By the summer of 1878, Sam Bass's grin was starting to fade. The Texas Rangers had made him their obsession, riding day and night to cut off his escape routes. Sam was still young, still daring, but the weight of pursuit was constant. Every robbery brought less gold but more heat. His gang began to splinter under the pressure, some killed, others captured, others turning traitor. For the first time, Sam was running short on both luck and loyal friends. The end came in Round Rock, Texas. Sam had planned another bank job, but the Rangers had been tipped off by an informant inside his circle. On July 19th, as Sam and his men approached town, Rangers and local deputies lay in wait. Gunfire erupted in the streets. In the chaos, Sam was hit, a bullet tearing into his side, then another cutting him down. He staggered, bleeding, but refused to surrender. The fight raged, but the ambush had done its work. Sam collapsed, carried by his men into the brush outside town. For 2 days he lingered, wounded and broken, his famous grin gone at last. On July 21st, 1878, Sam Bass died at just 27 years old. His outlaw ride, brilliant and brief, was over. But death did not bury his legend. Almost immediately, songs were written about him. Ballads turned Sam Bass into the smiling bandit, the outlaw who lived free and died young. In truth, he had squandered much of his loot, gained little lasting wealth, and left a trail of chaos rather than charity. But in Texas, facts mattered less than stories, and the story of Sam Bass was irresistible. He was remembered as polite, daring, and almost playful, a man who robbed the rich and never quite lost his charm, even as the Rangers hunted him down. His legend lived on in music halls, saloons, and dusty trails, sung by men who dreamed of freedom, of defiance, of one wild ride under the sun. Sam Bass was no Robin Hood in truth, but in memory, he became one. His smile still lingers in the ballads, drifting on the Texas wind, long after the gold was spent and the man himself lay in the dirt. And as his story fades, the tone shifts once more. From the charm of Sam Bass, the West brings forward something far darker. Not a grinning folk hero, but a storm on horseback, violent, ruthless, feared even by other outlaws. If Butch Cassidy was the brains, and Sundance was the steady hand, this man was the fury of the Wild Bunch. His name was Kid Curry. The canyon echoed with gunfire. Lawmen pressed hard in pursuit, their rifles flashing in the dust. And at the center of it all rode a man with fire in his eyes, blasting back at the posse with both hands, his fury shaking even seasoned gunmen. Where Butch Cassidy grinned and planned, where Sundance aimed with calm precision, this one fought like a storm. His name was Kid Curry, and every man chasing him knew the truth. This outlaw would rather die than be taken alive. Unlike the careful schemes of Butch or the cold silence of Sundance, Kid Curry thrived on chaos. His violence was not an act, but a pulse, quick to boil, quick to explode. When the Pinkertons wrote their reports on the Wild Bunch, they called him the most dangerous of them all. And for once, the legend matched the reality. But before the saloons whispered his name in fear, before he was branded the most violent gunman of Cassidy's gang, Kid Curry was simply Harvey Logan, born in Kentucky in 1867, one of several brothers raised rough, restless, and wild. The Logans were a family forged in hardship. Their father died young, leaving Harvey and his brothers to scrape out a living in the hard soil of Kentucky before drifting west. They moved into Montana, where wide ranges and raw frontier life promised opportunity. But instead of settling into honest ranch work, Harvey carried with him a temper that never cooled. He was tall, wiry, quick with his fists, and quicker with his rage. As a young cowboy, he was known as much for starting fights as for riding herd. Trouble seemed to find him, and when it didn't, he made it. By his late teens, Harvey had already tangled with lawmen, gamblers, and ranchers alike, leaving behind stories of brawls that ended with someone broken on the ground. It wasn't long before his fists gave way to pistols. In one early fight, Harvey killed a man. Some say in self-defense, others say in anger. Either way, the die was cast. Like John Wesley Hardin before him, Harvey Logan had discovered that once blood is spilled, it comes easier the second time. He drifted deeper into outlaw company, taking on the name Kid Curry, a nod to cousins who were also rustlers and gunmen. The nickname stuck, and soon it carried its own weight. The Kid was fast, brutal, and unpredictable, a man who lived in constant collision with the law. By the mid-1890s, Harvey Kid Curry Logan had drifted straight into the orbit of the West's most infamous outlaws. It was inevitable. His fists had turned into pistols, his temper into a trail of bodies, and his restless nature into a reputation that preceded him. When he joined forces with Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, the Wild Bunch gained something they hadn't had before: pure, unfiltered violence. Curry wasn't the brains like Butch. He wasn't the calm shot like Sundance. He was the weapon. When the gang needed muscle, when a posse pressed too close, when fear alone had to buy time, Curry stepped forward. His gun was quicker than most men's thoughts, his rage boiling over without hesitation. Other outlaws, even hardened killers, muttered that he was unpredictable, dangerous even to ride with. But in a fight, no one denied his worth. The Pinkertons, who had hounded Jesse James and Butch Cassidy alike, began singling Curry out in their reports. To them, he was the most dangerous man in the Wild Bunch, not because he planned the robberies, but because he turned every escape into a firefight, Dozens of lawmen fell in clashes with Curry, and each death only deepened the sense that this was no ordinary outlaw. He wasn't playing the Robin Hood game. He wasn't cultivating charm. He was surviving through sheer ruthless fury. At their peak, the Wild Bunch pulled off some of the most spectacular train robberies in frontier history. The Wilcox job, the Tipton Haul, each one made headlines. Each one sent lawmen scrambling across mountains and plains. And while Butch plotted the strikes and Sundance handled precision, it was Curry who made sure the gang got out alive. He would wheel his horse, revolvers blazing, holding off entire posses with the kind of ferocity that few men had ever witnessed. Stories spread like wildfire. One tale told of Curry shooting down a posse almost single-handed, his guns barking until the law scattered. Another claimed he gunned down 9 deputies in a single confrontation, though the truth was muddied by fear and exaggeration. What mattered wasn't the accuracy. What mattered was the message. Kid Curry was death on horseback. His legend grew darker with each encounter. Some outlaws gained sympathy, others earned admiration. Curry earned dread. Even among the Wild Bunch, he was known as the one most likely to explode, most likely to kill without pause. And yet, for all his brutality, he remained fiercely loyal to the gang. As long as Butch and Sundance rode, Curry rode with them, his fury the fire that cleared their path. By the late 1890s, Kid Curry had carved his place in the pantheon of outlaws. While others crafted myths of charm or rebellion, Curry stood as a reminder that the Old West was, at its core, a violent, merciless place. His peak was not a single robbery, not a single victory, but the string of bodies and bullet-scarred escapes that followed in his wake. But a man who lived at a boil could never cool down, and the same rage that carried him to his peak would soon drag him into his fall. The law had always chased the Wild Bunch, but with Kid Curry, the hunt became personal. Every dead deputy, every slain posseman was a mark on his name, and soon entire manhunts were launched just to bring him down. He couldn't step into a town without whispers following. To the Pinkertons, he was the very embodiment of the outlaw threat. Unpredictable, merciless, unstoppable. But even storms burn themselves out. By the early 1900s, the Wild Bunch was splintering. Butch and Sundance had fled south, while Curry stayed behind, drifting through Montana, Wyoming, and Colorado. His trail was lined with violence, shootouts in mining camps, gun battles in canyons, raids that left more lawmen in graves. Yet with every clash, he grew more isolated, more hunted. Friends turned away, safe houses vanished, and even fellow outlaws thought twice about riding with him. The end came in 1904 near Parachute, Colorado. A posse cornered him after a train robbery, shots ringing through the hills. Curry fought back with everything he had, wounding several deputies before taking cover behind the rocks. Surrounded, bleeding, and with no hope of escape, he made the choice he'd always promised. Rather than be captured, Kid Curry turned his revolver on himself. A single shot. Silence. The storm was over. But in death his name lived on, darker than the rest, less softened by legend, more raw in memory. Kid Curry was not a Robin Hood, not a folk hero, not a gentleman thief. He was the outlaw at his most violent, a reminder that the West was carved not only in grit and cunning, but in rage. His loyalty to the Wild Bunch, his ferocity in battle, his refusal to surrender, these became the pieces of his legacy, whispered in fear long after the gun smoke cleared. Where Jesse James became a symbol of rebellion, Billy the Kid of reckless youth, and Butch Cassidy of charm and brains, Kid Curry was remembered as the fire that consumed itself. His name faded not into songs or ballads, but into silence, the kind of silence that follows only after thunder. And so the roll call of the Old West closes. Jesse James, betrayed in his own home. Billy the Kid, shot down before he could grow old. Butch Cassidy and Sundance, vanishing into myth in the Bolivian night. Belle Starr, the bandit queen, gunned down on a lonely trail. John Wesley Hardin, preacher's son turned killer, dropped in a saloon. Black Bart, the gentleman bandit, slipping into mystery. The Dalton Gang, cut down in the streets of Coffeeville. Sam Bass, the smiling thief, dying young with a grin erased. And Kid Curry, ending himself before the law could take him. 10 names, 10 legends, 10 shadows cast across the dying frontier, each one different, yet bound by the same truth. The West was a place where order had not yet arrived, and where men and women carved their place with steel, wit, and gunpowder. Now their stories are no longer gunfire in the night, but echoes. They drift like smoke across the plains, carried in songs, in whispers, in the flicker of lantern light. The dust has long since settled, the hoofbeats long since faded, yet the names remain, half history, half myth. And as the last echoes fade, the frontier falls silent once more. The outlaws are gone, only the night remains.